Oh, I played the music without unmuting the desktop audio. Well, that would not be. Oh, that would not be productive. Now would it? I am like kind of roasting live because I got too used to it being like rather cold. It started getting cold in the morning, but then midday, it's still a bit toasty. So even though I've been making do burning alive at 29 Celsius, it's 25 Celsius, and now I'm also still burning alive. Absolutely wonderful. I don't know what music to use here. I'll throw this on until I can find something else that I can think of. Hello though. Today's a bit of a slower day, I would imagine. Just because we're doing some reworking of some code we've already made. And that's kind of how it's gonna be. Let's see. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I might stream tomorrow. No promises on that. It depends on how other things go. You know, a lot of things going on, a lot of stuff I need to work on. So, does this work now? I should be able to. Look at that. It's the code that we've been working on. We are now deeper into double digits. Day 11. Yippee. So, of course, that now means that a lot more stuff going on, a lot of bigger things, bigger challenges that we have to meet. But overall, though, my brain is kind of not thinking. I have to get into the headspace of what I'm doing. So, overall, what is going on is we've been using data tree for a while. It's been kind of chill, but it has some problems. And I've been talking about this for the past couple streams, saying I'm just gonna kick it down the road, kick the can down the road. I do not want to deal with the concept of data tree for as long as possible. But we are now at the point where I cannot keep avoiding data tree forever. Data tree is the most important piece of my entire development. And leaving it here and not resolving all of the long-standing issues will not fly anymore. So, today we are going to fix this entire thing. Oh my goodness, I just had I had a realization. So I've been very late on posting my community posts. You guys would know the community posts by the fact that I throw them on screen and say, hey, after every stream I always throw out a community post and go like, look at this thing I did. So there's a bit of a funny thing to that, right? So, I kind of like keep forgetting about the, what are they called? The little GIMP drawings. So I guess we can like make another one here today. Just so I can go over some stuff. I don't really have much to doodle though. That's the thing. Like, at this point, it's a lot of work and not a lot of thinking. It's more work than oh, go away. A lot more work than thoughts. I don't really need to draw here. I think like at this point, I can kind of enunciate like what I want to do here, and it kind of like all makes sense, right? So, essentially, what we're looking at here is, well, data tree. Data tree is the most important thing in my entire system. Is what keeps the lights on, because essentially what data tree is it is a referencing tool. It is a way to reference arrays in dictionaries, but it's a way to safely do it and not cause errors, because at the end of the day, we are sometimes looking for data that doesn't exist. And when we look for data that doesn't exist, we need to handle that properly. And we also need to look for other things as well, right? So we're always looking for what is our data. What does it have? If it doesn't have this, what do we do next, right? And that is essentially what the get method is. And the problem is, we haven't exactly been using the get method really too much, because we've been really kind of using this fetch data command. The problem with this fetch data is it returns an array. It returns an array of, and that's not an issue in itself, but it's an array of the element and the state. And we always have to process the state data, and we've been pretty bad at processing the state data, right? A lot of times I'm just going to assume that the state is proper, Either sometimes I don't because I know it's going to cause issues very frequently, or sometimes the state analysis is integral to the function I'm trying to write, right? Like, there's stuff with interpreting if I have a complex data piece where I have to then analyze that and maybe do a sum function or something else, right? And I do want to actually do something with complex data where I can run a macro command thing. So it's like, if complex data, then return the function output of putting that data into the whatever. So complex data is going to be another topic that we're going to get into soon. And that's going to really get into how we manage status effects. So day 10 was supposed to be status and triggers. I lied. We never did anything status and triggers. We actually did a lot of day 9 stuff, part 2, and we got done with all of the JSON function commands. Kind of just like sporadically, just like out of a random discovery of like, hey, I can actually just like get this done now. So we still have statuses to make, and that's going to be kicked down the road now because obviously we can now actually just proceed with making all of the fundamentals really locked down. So we don't actually have to worry about a lot of the issues that we had before, right? So all of the issues of like how do we want to pre-build everything, right? Like all of the stuff with console.gd. This whole file, 500 lines of slop, we're gonna trim this down heavily. We're gonna probably put this down to like 100 lines or something. Really, really trim this down into. I should probably not shake it as much. YouTube everybody's gonna murder me for that. But overall, it's like all this data here. We don't need a lot of this code, right? Like all of this when it comes to add style for display unit command. Like we can turn this into one JSON function, and then just like not worry about this and like. JSON functions are inherently a bit more inefficient, but for stuff like console point, it's already like so highly inefficient anyways. I don't really care for one, and for two, it allows for people to make edits, right? And by people making edits, I also mean myself, because again, we're gonna turn this system into another system come a couple months from now, because it's gonna be a while before this project is really, really finished to the point of being able to demonstrate a lot more stuff with it, right? Like, there's a lot to do here. Yeah. But anyways, it's time to fix data tree. So firstly, what we're going to do is we're going to do kind of what I did with unit, right? We're going to make it a class name. We are going to actually make an object-oriented style for data tree, right? It's going to be an object of dictionary or an array, right? Technically, it's a JSON. It's basically a JSON file, right? So it's actually a dictionary. And we're going to be able to chain reference it, right? Because I believe like JSON doesn't give you the option to really do a lot of things, right? So like if I have like a var something equals this new JSON, right? You can't really like do a deep search of this thing, right? Like you can get all the data for it and all that, which is like the whole dictionary. Or it's considered a variant, but you know. And then like there's all of this like pos string, pos. But like you don't really have get ID for path. This is what this is like literally not what I use, right? So the concept of like path stuff doesn't exist here, right? This is ID stuff, ID identifier stuff, ID of this resource. Right, very different stuff to what I have. Yeah, like this is all generic stuff. Like I don't think they have like anything that I use, right? Like it is kind of a thing, right? I believe JSON doesn't have any of this stuff. I don't know. I might have split it up. Like, am I coding things for nothing, right? It's always good to like read through things and see like, hey, is there like something I'm not getting here? Right. But overall though, it's like all of this JSON data here. It's also because the doc is like just this. I think everything else is defaults, right? So I think it is in our best interest to reframe data tree because this is like the keystone to everything we've made. So yeah, I think it's good to just start off right now and make a new class. So fun fact, we still have the action.res thing here, which is kind of a bit dead at this point. So that's kind of funny. But this is going to be our data tree resource. And we are going to create a script for this, which is just going to be our data tree script, right? Oh, this is not what I wanted. Let's see. I think I should be able to just create new, which is just going to be another data tree script. I don't think it should have an issue with me making a second data tree script here because it's classes / data tree, right? Or I can take the one from here, but I'm just going to copy data from here and then slowly delete this and then deal with that later, right? We're not going to... Essentially what's going to happen here, right? So we're going to load from classes... Nope, that's not a... What? TTRPG. So what we're going to do is we're going to basically take kind of the similar structure to this one, but we're going to change things up a bit. So first of all, kind of like unit here, we're going to have a bit of common stuff here, which is... Where is it? Classes / and we're going to call this a... So instead of extending node, it is going to be class name data tree. Is that an issue? Did I do something wrong here? I don't remember how I made resources last time. I'm kind of a bit silly here. Let me see. Am I not remembering how I did stuff last time? I think I might be. How did I do things before? Maybe I did forget. I create a new resource. As it's gonna be a generic resource. Data tree. I'm going to have to look this up again. Classes Godot, because it's been a moment since I've looked at this stuff. There's been a good moment since I've looked at any of this. How did I do this last time? Because I've done this before, but I don't remember how. And I'm kind of like, wow, it's been a long time since I've really worked with resources. Let's see. Resources. Me when I look at docs again, because it's been wait. Oh, I just looked up resources as in like, you know, not the Okay, resources. Generic resource. Hi. So I need a condition with preloading. When how to avoid using notes everything. Yeah, so objects. Customization done with that. Got that? Okay. My code's working, right? So it has the function ready. Yeah, so I know about the function ready stuff. Let me see. This is gonna take a moment for me to remember what I'm actually doing here, because it's been a while since I've done like anything object oriented, like creating objects on Godot. Because normally you just use scenes and stuff, but obviously my stuff is more code based. Ref count, dude. Yeah, so this is kind of what I'm looking for, but because of the base class here, preload. Okay, they have like an actual tutorial for nodes and resources. Cool. So I should be able to use this as a... Oh yeah, okay, I remember. So... Alright, so this is scene stuff. Node command, yep, so this is how you... And then we're going to eventually have the new... Create new resources. Okay, so using dictionaries, resources. That's the resources in the inspector. Okay, that should be fine. Yeah, I don't know why. I should be able to just create a separate script, so I don't know why this was having... Oh, probably because it wasn't inheriting from... Let's see. Yeah, it should be fine, right? I don't know what I did differently. I'm completely confused as to what I did differently here. Am I dumb? Probably. But how so? Wait, I'm just gonna copy this over until I remember how I did this last time. I don't know why I'm not remembering how I did this in the past. Class hides auto syndicate. What? Oh, is it because there's like a global script with the same name? Can I just rename this? Let me see if I can just rename this and that solves the issue, then we'll go with that. It could be this issue. But I don't know. What? Is it because we already have a scene that's called data tree? Is that why? Yes, it is. Okay, that's all it is. It's an issue of this being called data tree. So we're gonna rename it real quick to data tree, which is very silly, but this is like stuff that I'm gonna replace anyways. So I'm just kind of doing something wrong before I make things right. It shouldn't have an error with this anymore. It shouldn't have issues. I don't know why it's so angry. Okay, so this is now data tree E, right? I hate how we can't do Control H. Like, what do you mean we can't do Control H replace? Or is Control H, is replace a different I'm gonna do? Hold on. Is it Control Alt F? No, that's something completely different. Control Shift F? Nope. That's Switch All. What is replaced? Hold on. I needed like what? I don't actually understand. Hold on. Replace. find. Oh wait, if I go to shortcuts, replace. Control R. It is Control R. Hi there. I'm used to it being Control H and Sublime, so I'm like, huh. What do you mean? What? Are we not okay here? Why are we still? It was. Yeah, I don't know why it hates this name. It's getting very angry about this, and I don't know why it's still angry. Like at this point, I've renamed anything that had reference to data tree. Oh, is it because data tree? Oh, is it because this is still a node named data tree? So it's still throwing a pout about that? I mean, data tree is a resource name, but that shouldn't be an issue, right? It just goes into... Hello? No, I actually don't understand what's going on here. What? What? Well, I actually don't know what I did wrong here. It just feels like exactly what I need to do. So why are we having issues here? I'm confused. I'm very confused right now. Hold on. I am super confused. It likes any other name. It's fine with anything else. Right? I can call it just data tree. But if I call it data tree, it is not like that. And I don't know what is wrong with that. I'm confused. Why is this working with nothing else? Is it an issue with just... Can I create like something else? And then it's gonna like be fine with that? Cause like... I mean, it is completely fine with something. It's just data tree it hates. It hates data tree for some reason. Probably because of the autoload stuff, yeah. So, but I fixed that, right? I fixed this. So why are we still having issues? Like, hold on, why are we still having issues here? I don't understand. This is not a good start, because I don't understand where I'm having issues here. I fixed the autoload. Do you just have to reload the project? Because, like, I don't see where else I'm gonna... Because I removed all the autoload references. I should not be having errors anymore. And yet here we are, right? Okay, it seems to be fine now. That's a weird way to start off. That's a very weird way to start off. Not a fun way to start off. Okay. Thank you, mildly buggy Godot engine. But we have fixed that. So now we can start focusing on something else, right? Okay, so here we are with data tree resource. And now I can now rename, okay, so this variable, right, is just the data set. So this is the dictionary, right? This is a JSON file dictionary. I can make an instant importer, right? I can make an instant importer when you create it. You can create it with a string. I don't think I can double reference an init. I have to just like overload a variant, right? So that's okay though, I think. It should be fine. Let's see. So when it comes to game manager, right, our whole thing, right, is creating this dictionary, right? Okay, so that's an issue is overloading. Can you make it an inherits or extends? Well, I mean, like, I extend resources, right? Which is kind of a thing. I kind of want to not extend resource. Can I extend, like, dictionary instead? Let's see if this helps us. Gradual typing. I'm just curious, I didn't actually remember what these are. Okay, so... yeah, I mean, extend stuff. But, like... I would rather extend, like, the dictionary so I can get the dictionary functions directly and then just modify off of that. But I don't know if I can do that, per se. But, I don't want to do, like, datatree.dataset and then edit it. Right? I'd rather just be able to edit the object directly with, like, a dot call. So I don't really like that. I mean, I'm gonna make separate get anyway. Oh yeah, I am gonna make separate get functions anyway, so I'm not actually gonna have a problem with that. That shouldn't be an issue, right? That should not be an issue per se. So getting back to this, right? Like, how does this work, right? So we do have some temp dictionary set. At the end of the day, all of this is just like dictionary manipulation. Oh, well, this is okay. So this is the file branch stuff. So this is file branch construction. What was the point of this? I actually don't remember what file branch was. Like, what did this do? Oh yeah, because this was from... I'm trying to remember how this worked. So this was... File branch is used where? File branch is for each file in the file list when we get our archive, right? So when we get our archive, file branch is going to give us the... file, whatever, right? So we are now, for each file, we're going to construct the file branch, which is in our temp dictionary, right? And then we just figure out where that stuff goes. Oh yeah, because we're just straight up creating the entire dictionary. Yeah, so we're creating the entire dictionary on tempdic. And then after tempdic is all created with this, we just close the file, and then that... Does that get ever moved? Does that ever get moved into other database? I don't know. Hold on. So if for file branch, I mean, temp dictionary gets edited, but did we do anything beyond that? Oh, this got angry. File branch. Yeah. So file branch is just editing this temp dictionary, which is file. Oh, it is file tree, right? So it is file tree. It's still file tree, which is this piece right here, which is going to become another thing. The only manipulations I'm running on temp dictionary is checking has, checking set, and all that. I also do know. That is very valid. Sometimes it is very hard for us to know. A GD script is a new thing for me, so I'm still very much learning at the moment. Okay, so I do like that. I think I can do that. So has, set, and get are the only real methods I use, and then I think I don't actually use size at all. So as long as I make the has set get, I should be fine, right? Although temp dictionary itself, temp dictionary is about level descent, right? So if I just do like temp dictionary is equal to like the file tree dot dataset, and then I can just edit it through a copy. Lol indeed. If I edit it through a copy, I can do that. So I can still do regular dictionary manipulations through creating a copy of the pointer. So I'm good there. I'm fine there. So when it comes to this, a function init, I do want to make it, I don't really need to make it from the concept of a file path, because that's already what we're doing with the other, that's what this is. This is not a very simple thing to work off of, right? This file path stuff is pretty complex. So we're just going to make this data dictionary. So you initialize it with something here, or it's by default equal to an empty dictionary, and then data set is just equal to data. And that's really all you have to do here. All it is just initialize the data set, and then we're chill. There's nothing else to really be done there. Beyond that, right, we're going to copy all of the code from our old data tree code, which is everything here, and then we're going to start manipulating this. So let's take everything here and then start modifying it, because it's a bit of a complex tree over here. I do want to make an enum to reference this return thing here, this return structure here. There is a couple issues with this that we're going to have to edit, but that's going to be a while from now. I don't really like copying everything here all at once, because now I have to confront all of it all at once. But we can also export enum. Let's see. So, invalid. Is that? Oh, you can't export enums. Okay, you can't export enums. Interesting, interesting, interesting. So invalid is -2. Shallow is -1. Perfect is equal to 0. And then anything else is premature. Yeah, I guess I can't really use an enum because it does return like this integer, positive integer based on the premature depth. So it's not really like useful. I don't really want to use an enum here. This is not useful to me. I'm not going to be able to use it outside of this, so inside it's the only time it's useful. So what type of game do you plan to make? I am here because I saw an ego. Yes! So, I'm glad you asked, because it is very hard to tell from the project here. But essentially, if you read the description, I do talk about this in depth there. Okay, I've gone about this spiel in day 1. But essentially, what we're doing here is we're making Stars of the City interactive engine. Stars of the City is a TTRPG inspired by Project Moon's universe, and is specifically by let me remember I was trying to open up the Google Doc by just clicking on the stream from thing. Jaka Fang, yeah, that's their name. So this document here, essentially that, I'll just open it on like another browser, so it's not like it doesn't have my account attached. But Stars of the City is a TTRPG by one YouTuber, which is Jaka Fang, and essentially I'm just making a coded version of that. And the previous days we have been working on obviously a lot of stuff in terms of like is it unit data? Wait, what is it? Oh, it's just unit A1. Oh my goodness, I'm like having a brain moment right now. This unit A1. So, like for example, I have this unit, which is actually a character I made. Let me pull up the link real quick. Hold on. Let's see. This guy over here. Yeah. So this guy, for instance, is a character I made for a campaign that ended up not running, but I still use him as a good example because I do like I am a big thumb fan, very big thumb fan, right? So, like all of these skills here, which are made using the system. For example, with Prissa here, you can see all of these stats and stuff, and I can actually go ahead and I can go and I can do disp skill, delay, Prissa 1, and it actually is the exact same data as over there. You can probably delete and keep this tab open. So you can see the similarities, and that's essentially what I'm trying to make, right? Is I'm trying to make this TTRPG system. Yeah, Thumb is awesome. I also play him in Ruina, so I'm not just a Limbus Thumb fan. I've been enjoying them for pretty. As soon as I saw them in Canto 8, I was like a big fan. But yeah, and I can actually go ahead and I can do a scene and I can do disp speed. And I can say, oh, look, there's a 6-speed unit and a 1-speed unit. And eventually I'm going to automate everything, but right now it's all command-based. So I can, like, rem dice, and then that means that the first dice is used, so that means I'm probably using some skill. Let's say I use Repressa, I can do light A1 minus 3, spends the 3 light, and then maybe Hooligan has to react, so they have to rem dice. And then Hooligan has 4 actions. Let's say they do knife attack, right? Which is their strongest one. So I'll do light E1 minus 2. And then you'll see here, right? They both spent their speed dice. They're ready to attack. I can do execute skill A1 versus E1. Relay Repressa 1 versus Hooligan Knife 1. And then they'll actually automatically clash. And in this case, my skill is very strong. And it's a starting unit. So, yes, it is just a command line input. Yep, precisely. I'm going to go visual later, but there's a lot of work to do in terms of the data stuff. Because at the end of the day, this is supposed to be a very malleable project. If you go into any of my project files, you'll see, like, I'll use the relay file, for example. It's actually all coded in JSON, so you can easily, without understanding GD script, implement your own stuff. And in the future, I'm going to make a block-based visual coding language to construct these. But essentially, this is what I'm doing. This is what I'm working with. It's a lot of and like you can actually see it here, like add function, which is the exhaust function here. And it's basically, well, what I do is I have a function called relay repressor 1 exhaust, which would then cause this until end of the skill trigger blaze on each hit, and then I can automate that. Yeah. So yeah, this is basically what I've been working on for the past while, and I'll probably be working on for a long time because it's probably going to be a couple months project to get all of this set. At this point, everything is manual and command-based, but obviously I want it to be all visual and very, very sequentially oriented. Easy to modify, right? Yep, exactly. It's supposed to be very moddable so that you can just take the executable and then just implement a save file. Yeah, thank you. And another thing I will say about it, the main reason why I like this is it's very plug and play, right? If I have a unit that I want to use and I want to add them, I can just merge the file into my current folder, and it's like, boom, just like that, I added this unit into my game. If I want to change how burn works, I can just get someone else's burn file and plug it in. It's going to be a very plug-and-play system. Obviously, making these JSON files is very convoluted, but the goal is that once you build up this system and this large set of these files, it's very, very plug-and-play. So you can just take someone else, if someone else has a burn function that also interacts with, say, maybe like the burn the Dawn Office like burns like the map scorch effect. I forget what the name of it is, but like that maybe doesn't exist in the base system, but someone's homebrew has it. You can go, hey, I'm gonna take that effect and throw it in, but it's gonna have some other things it wants. So you have to throw those in and merge them. The issue, of course, is then you have merge conflicts with JSONs and you're doing a lot of homebrew, but that's gonna be an issue everywhere. But it just makes it very easy for like a DM to use like a bunch of homebrews and then have it automated. And the goal is automation, right? I come from a background of, and I don't have too much content of it on here, but I have my own readable. Yep, yes, it is complicated from a base standpoint, and like there's really no way to get around that. Like you're gonna have complexity somewhere or another. The goal is to make it to achieve some value even in exchange for others, right? Like this is very syntactically heavy, right? It's a very syntactically heavy thing. You have to know how everything works. You have to have very strong understanding of each of these components and how to construct them. Because if you make a formatting error, everything breaks, right? If I miss this, if I turn this array into a dictionary, everything breaks, right? It's gonna crash. I can obviously add safeguards for that, but then this is not going to work as intended. Always going to have that issue. But what I was going to say was, I come from a background of having my own TTRPG system, which is much more complex than Stars of the City. In fact, I was going to actually develop that one in the same system, but I kind of just didn't have the willpower to make that massive system, because it has movement abilities. It has a timeline system, so like you queue actions based on their duration and not based on like a speed value turn order or initiative turn order. Was very cumbersome, which is why I didn't work on that immediately. But like with that system, plus also doing online, I even ran a campaign online via text. So we were all in VC, but we weren't talking to each other. We were typing out everything. Combat was very slow. So from that experience I've had with campaigns and combat running super slow, I've always been, and I watched like APR, and like I watched like the APR stream of this combat system. I was like, it's kind of slow. So I've always been like, how fast can I make a TTRPG system? How well structured can I take this TTRPG system to make a automated system that achieves everything in the same manner, but is really rapid, right? And Stars of the City does throw a bunch of curveballs at me to make that very hard, right? So you saw here with Execute Skill, everything was just done automatically. I will not be able to do that forever, right? For those who know how Stars of the City works, I don't know what I do. For those who know how Stars of the City works, there's a lot of choice. There's a lot of player prompt and everything. Charge in this system lets you spend one charge to roll advantage on a dice. Which means that if you have charge, every time you roll, I have to be like, hey, do you want to roll advantage on that? So, Stars of the City does throw some curveballs at me, and it's going to be something I'm going to be dealing with when I actually get to statuses. But for now, I will say this is one of my more low-key, very slow streams. Because today we're just reworking some old code. We have a bunch of like old code that we need to refactor so that everything is polished up and we can move forward at a steady pace. Because there's been some very glaring issues I've been dealing with for the past couple of days that I've been wanting to fix, but is very hard to fix. Because it's just like, I want to make the system as quick as possible, and I'm like, oh, but there's actually a lot of things I need to get done with. But yeah, that's kind of the situation I'm in. But yeah, I definitely recommend, if you have any interest in Project Moon, definitely check out Stars of the City. About the base system, is it completed? If by base system you mean like the camp, because I didn't make this. Right? I didn't make this. If by base system you mean like this TTRPG system, I mean it is a very it's a very basic system, right? Like it is complex in the sense of like all of the stuff that goes into it, like all of this, like this is all basically like making your kit and stuff. It is very, 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 very free in terms of being able to make your own character. There's a lot of personality you can put into your character in terms of like build design, right? Like my thumb character, for instance, I mean, like that, and then this other one that I have here, self-tremor unit, right? You can make whatever you want, really. But it doesn't have range dice, so Ruina players will know range dice. They don't exist here. They just not at all. I mean, there is, like, in here, there's, like, some, like, there's, like, some, like, homebrew stuff they threw in here. I don't know where it is, but, like, there's no range dice system in this. But overall, like, it's a very, very good system for just making whatever you want in the Limbus world, Project Moon world. More Ruina. It's more Ruina coded, though. It's very Ruina coded. But yeah, this system right now, the code system here, this is still very basic, right? It can do very basic functions, but it can't do like statuses yet. It can't do a lot of the things that are necessary yet. It has the power to, though. We are at the point where you can theoretically make everything function in this system, but we're still far away from that, right? I have to code up a lot of stuff in the future, so the roadmap is really looking like I'm expecting next week. My goal is next week I can get the manual command system done. Yeah, I'm expecting the command system to be done. So just basic clashing. Yeah, that's just all it is right now. It has speed dice. It has using speed dice, spending light. When I do a new scene, like, you know, it does regen the light, so the light goes up. Cool, but it is, and I can actually very easily make like a light regen function here that also does some other stuff. Like, for example, there's a feat in this thing where it's like every odd scene you regen an extra light. I can code that, right? I can easily code that into the system, and that's something I'm going to be doing in the future. But for the moment, the goal is to make sure that everything is very robust. Like, we're getting to the point where I can make anything I want, but there's still a lot of work to do. Obviously, the visual side of things just has never been touched yet. That's going to become very far down the road. But I'm expecting next week I can make the manual command system a executable file and actually like release it as kind of like an alpha release. That's kind of my goal, is like having an alpha release where like the system functions. And you might see something soon. I'm probably going to stream some campaigns soon. I might stream some sessions actually where I actually use the system. It's at the permission of my players if they want to be recorded, if they want to be live streamed, if they want to be published. It is at their permission, but assuming that they give me that go-ahead, I will be streaming some campaigns, some sessions in here too, where I will actually use the system, and you'll actually see it in the flesh, actually working. And yeah, that's kind of the goal. A lot of cool stuff from the game dev department. Yeah. But yeah, I love this one character. He's very, very, very strong. This didn't even inflict like the 9 tremor and 3 burn from clash winning 3 times. And actually, yeah, and I think too is I don't even have emotion coins in here. Emotion points are how you do ego in the system. I don't have them yet. So yeah. I might look at changing the music. Hold on. Do we change the music, chat? Yeah, thank you. Awesome. Yeah, honestly, it's been very great seeing all the support I've been getting from a bunch of people lately. Oh, okay. Thank you. Well, I hope you check out other stuff in the future. Awesome. Glad you are here to support. And I hope to see you again some other time. I do stream at other times. I don't usually stream at this hour, but I don't know. I change it up from time to time. But yeah. Enjoy existence in this world. I'm gonna switch to music real quick. Let me see. Goodbye. Ooh, actually, hold on. I haven't used Nasty Event theme. It's actually kind of a vibe. Hold on. I'm gonna use this. This is a good vibe. Okay. Actually, I like the battle theme too. The battle theme is very good for this. So, okay, so we have type at. Type at is kind of redundant. I really don't like this. Like, it's a stringified type at, but the problem is that, like, type of exists. So, I don't think I use type at anywhere. Let me find type at. If I ever use this. So, yeah, I don't actually use this at all. So, we can safely remove this, because this is kind of redundant now that I know type of exists. And you can just use the enum. So I don't really need to worry about that. Fetch safely. So fetch safely, we're gonna have to do some things with. Fetch safely is basically, hey, if something goes wrong, we're just gonna spit out nothing at you. Which is kind of bad. It's gonna cause a lot of issues. It spits out an empty array. I don't know why it does that. Should ideally just be a null value, I think, but we're gonna work on that one later. Fetch safety, I think, is gonna get trashed, but I'm not gonna pull the trigger on that just yet. Fetch fail. Fetch fail is actually kind of useful. We are gonna use this. Fetch fail is very important because actually this is how we check if something has failed. Now, whether I actually use this anywhere else is a different question, but you know. Is valid scope is checking if the scope descent is correct. So this is important for creating level, I think. Actually, I should make an is dictionary scope and an is array scope, and then valid scope does both. I probably should do that because I do use this syntax pretty frequently. This thing is a pain to read, so I'm probably gonna break this up too. Yeah. Awesome. Wow. Let's see what we can do then. So fetch data obviously is going to be basically the... So the goal of fetch data and edit data is they are our get and setter, getters and setters, but they are the raw getters and setters. They don't care about if you break something. If you break something, they're like, that's your problem, bro. So, yeah. Now... couple of things here. I don't know how... I've not really tested edit data enough. But, you know. That's kind of part of it. Yeah, I don't know if I need this. So fetch data is interesting because because this is I need like one extra iteration. This is the give me one more iteration thing, which is kind of weird. Fun fact: pathstack.last would be a better way to do the thing here. I don't know why I did this. I could probably change that, but it's functionally the same. There's no reason to. Load bearing array arithmetic prompt. I don't know. I mean, it's functionally the exact same in the backend, I imagine, though. With maybe a bit of like try-catch magic going on. Yeah. So, let's think about it. I mean, actually, this is mostly what I have to do, right? So obviously we're going to get the getters and setters, right? But I don't really need to make too much changes to this just yet. But we are going to have to make our get and set. So, function get. And then we want to get... But the thing is, we get by a path, right? We're going to be path getting, right? So our path is going to be a string. And then we return some variant. Oh, there's like string name. It's node. Huh. The method get overrides a method from native class object. This won't be called by the engine and may not work as expected. Okay, but I want to use the name get. Warning treated as error. That's interesting. Can we override get? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, I just killed the music. Oh, whoopsies. Wow, we're like really messing up today. We are like fumbling everywhere. Me when I don't know how to stream properly. Tail was out this time though. That's gonna be loud. Whoopsies. Okay. Alright, we'll put on the battle theme. I do like the battle music in this event. This event had really good music. So of course we're gonna use that. Autoplay should be off now. I want to make sure that it's not gonna like get angry at me. Okay, I've had so many issues with YouTube autoplay. Get override. I don't know. Can you actually not override get? Does it just get angry? What is this? I'm trying to read this and I do not understand what I'm reading right now. I just flat out do not understand what I'm reading right now. Properties, setters, and getters. One data that should perform some validation and computation with its values change. Oh, so it's if you set and get a thing. Oh, so I can make... Oh, I see it. I understand what they're trying to do here. So if I do a get, if I get this thing, I can make it... But that's just like very messy syntax. I don't like that though. I don't... That's very messy syntax. I mean, this is useful, right? So anytime you mutate it, the mutate check is very useful, right? The mutate check is very useful, but I think it's only when you use the set, the property set, which can be problematic if I make, say, a duplicate and I edit the data externally. I can't track that. It is theoretically a very... Godot has a lot of these tiny things which are super powerful, but the problem is that to use that power, you have to, like, have a brain. I don't have that. And it's a lot of, like, you need the GD script skill expression is really high, I have to say. Like, there's a lot of stuff. Like, I can see the high skill expression in some of the functionality that this language gives you, and I'm like, wow, I don't know how to do any of this. Oh, but this... Oh, no infinite recursion. Okay. So setter and getter can just not be called. Because, like, on... Okay, so onReady doesn't, do that. Okay, so yeah, it stopped looping as I would expect from YouTube. I don't know why it doesn't. I don't know why I can't like properly do anything. It's so weird. It's very very strange. I'm still trying to figure out why it's like that. Well, we'll throw out random ones. We'll just keep switching it up for a while because I'm just trying to figure out what my brain is trying to accomplish here. This is just dark close. I know the tales of dark close. I've done enough Java and C courses to know that you have to dark close your files. Okay, that must at tool. Running code in the editor. Oh, I have to look into that later. Okay, there's a lot of stuff to look into. It's so funny that like warning tree is error. It's like that's crazy. So I can't just use it. I can't just override get because it's gonna get very mad at me because of the concept of properties and the ability to get properties. Because I'm trying to get the path of my data set. But I don't want, again, like, I don't want to do, like, data tree.dataset. I don't even need to, like, necessarily export this. Like, it's kind of, like, unsafe to export. So I'm gonna, like, not do that, I think. Just not expose that. Or you can do a set D for set data. Or dset, dget. That's data set data get. So get is gonna have a default. Right. So the default is just gonna be a null by default. And then you can also do other stuff with it if you want. Essentially the default is just gonna be like, hey, if you want to do something by default, you can have that. So if the thing fails. Now it's gonna fail on a failed search, right? So failed search is gonna get angry at for basic. And then we're gonna also make the complex search, right? So we're gonna work on complex search. Now, complex search is going to be a bit complex because, wow, that was wonderful. Complex search is going to be a bit complex because it's going to actually do references to call J and function calls applied to the data set, right? There's a number of ways of doing this, honestly. So complex is going to be very fun. We're going to actually add complex effects as we move on, but it's going to be a long-winded thing. And yeah, theoretically speaking, the data tree doesn't have complex data searches built in, right? Like in here, like you can't mutate any of this data by the JSON system. Which, like, you could still have an issue, but I think it's, like, mostly fine. So, you know. So this fetch data by data here, I don't need the data arg anymore. Because data is now just data set. Although actually, oh yeah, because edit data does do that. Okay, so we do need this still. And it does give us good reason to do, like, say here, fetch data, data set, and then the path is the same. So our raw fetch is equal to this fetch data, and then we're going to start working off of that. Now when it comes to the edit data here, yeah. It does do it, it does use fetch data here for things. Let's see what else we can do here then. This just returns the old element if it has any. And that data is very simple, so you don't have to really worry about too much. Like, yeah, you do have to give the value data here, which is kind of the name of the game. Raw data also, I'm gonna have raw data here, which is going to just, return the data set. Well, I guess I can just export this, so if I ever need to do raw manip. I could also make it so, like, this get thing can return a JSON, but meh. So, okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna do edit data. It's just gonna be that. The set is just gonna manage that for free. There's not really too much more I have to do there. So we're kind of chill with that. Really indecisive on the music here. But yeah, okay, so what we're gonna do with the get data here is when we have raw fetch here, what we're gonna have to do is we have to check a couple things, right? So if it has failed, then we return the default, right? So if fetch fail, then we return the default. And then what else after that, right? So if that failed, then we can worry about that. I should make a type match. So get is more just like if it failed, don't do that. Otherwise, you just return raw fetch 0, which raw fetch 0 is essentially just data that we want to return. So it's like nothing too crazy there. Create level is valid scope. Why is this a variant? This should just be a bool. Like, why is it a variant? It's a Boolean return. Okay. This seems pretty functional, though. Fetch safely is kind of whatever. It's actually just going to be what we're doing now. So we can get rid of fetch safely. We're not going to use that anymore. I don't know. I think I only used it just to make sure that like the text thing didn't print out garbage data. Fetch fail, of course, is important. Although I think fetch data is still kind of broken right now. Because if the element doesn't have the level, then it just kind of spits you back out. And it's like, hey, we failed here. Right? It was an invalid search. It doesn't exist. Which is kind of what premature end is. Premature end is actually just an invalid search. It's basically just if the element isn't a dictionary or an array, it's when you end. It's when you end on a value. If you end on a raw value, yeah, it's when you end on a raw value, it's like, hey, we got to the raw value, but like, there was like more we could have done. And obviously it can't be 0 or less, because that means that the path size minus the count, which is how much we've visited. For those to be the same, count would have reached the end. We would be at the last value. So at that last value, right, if it's not an element or a dictionary, then that means that we're at state 0. So that means we found the value and then we're good. So premature end is you failed, you searched too deep. Is there ever an instance where you want premature end? Like, maybe? Like, do you ever want to, though? Like, what are you looking, like, what else can you do with that data if you have, like, if you're looking for a specific set of data, but you found a larger piece of data, then you can't really do much. Like with, like, for example, searching for type weaknesses, right? I can search a type weakness, like searching like, hey, let's find the type weakness /base. And if I don't find that, then, well, technically that means that the raw value is, but like, that's not helpful. I would know I failed, and I would know where to look next, right? I just know where to look next based on the failure point. And if there's a deeper failure point, then I have a bigger issue that like having that data access just doesn't solve. That data access just only solves so much, and that's not one of the things it solves. So we don't have to worry about that, in my opinion. It's not an issue. So continuing onward from that, like a D get is just a fetch safely. It's just fetch safely, but yeah, it's actually just straight up fetch safely. It's fetch safely, but with a default value, which is important. Now, what's gonna happen next is what's called type get. So what we're gonna do here is, I mean, with shower search, like what happens with shower search, right? Where it enters the dictionary in an array, then it's like, okay, you got the data you wanted, but it just happened to be complex when you expected it to be primitive, right? And that's when you get into type issues, and that's when we get into now function, which is going to be type get, and that's going to be from path string. And then default is going to be equal to null, and then type is going to be equal to an int, because this is going to be, well, that's not how you do it. Wait, hold on, let me check something real quick. So this is going to be a variant, because I can't really do too much about that in the moment. Zero is type no. Yeah, type no. Our default then... Our default is just... We don't actually have a default, right? Our default is essentially just gonna be the empty type of if that type doesn't exist. Right? So if type is equal to type int, then return type dget, and then the path, and then our default is going to be 0. Essentially just that, right? It's just going to be a set of instructions here. Well, I guess I can do match type, and then for type int, I just return, yeah, I can just do this. Type float, then we return dget path 0.0, type string, and then we return dget. I guess I can just do return dget here, and then it's just vol default is just equal to 0. And then the default here is 0.0. Default here is equal to empty string. And here is where we do default. And then what else do we have? We also have type, which is going to be an array. And the type of an array is just going to be an empty array. And then type dictionary is just going to be a empty dictionary. Very simple. I think that's all the data types I have to worry about. Yeah, there's only those 5 core data types I have to worry about. And null is something else. So it's going to throw that at you. And it's basically type get is just going to be, it's going to be a get command, but it's going to be for like, hey, if I fail this, this is what you should be doing instead, right? So for example, I can use type get as a safe catch. where instead of just giving me like a null or like an empty array, right? The only reason why I made safe catch give me an empty array was because I wanted to, as that as my default, right? I can set it up here, or I can do a type get where I'm expecting an array, and if I don't get an array, I can do this, and then I can work off of that. Yeah. Now, they actually could be a dictionary or an array theoretically, but I just comprised it as a dictionary, so it can become a JSON very simply. Okay, I don't know how you can do a JSON from... Does Stringify, how does Stringify work? Full precision, I don't really care about full precision too much. Oh, you can Stringify based on tab. I do it off of like full space because that's kind of how I always do everything. Right. I don't think I use the Stringify here anymore. Do I need it? Yeah, I guess not. Batch unit is kind of an interesting thing here. This is gonna have to get moved to function soon. Again, there's like more things that kind of need to get pushed around a bit. But yeah. Cool stuff, cool stuff. Okay, so what else do we have to do here? So... Okay, let's see here. This is the Osgood stuff. Now, audio is funny, right? So, okay, so home directory, path.osgood. Oh yeah, because this was, every time you save it. Interesting thing about home directory, right? It's only for me. It's like weirdly just based off of my system, which is kind of funny. I need to make this so it's not. It's more individualized for like anyone. I could just make it a basic slash, but I don't do that. Let's see here. Okay, so what else do we have here? Fun fact: this data set can be turned into my data tree data set, which would be very useful for specifically just like having easy access to everything. Right, there's no in the world where I do data set and then I get like name, because it's a complex it's a very complex JSON data set where I need to edit it in a very slow, methodical manner. So GJSON Stringify, I'm not going to use this too much, but it's just nice to have for export in the future. So we're going to use that obviously later on. Yeah. Okay, so then the main file tree will get turned into a data set overall too. So that's its own thing. I think like ultimately I can probably turn my path manager here, my file brancher here, into a very simple alternative. But I'm not too sure. Because there's a lot to this. There's a lot to this that I don't really remember how it works. There's a lot of remaking a lot of old bad coding decisions and fixing them up so it's not as bad. So, you know, it's a slow process there, very simply. Getting the weird stacky sound in my mouth. I should switch my headset at some point. I've used this headset for almost 2 years now, so it's a bit old, but, you know, I'm just chill with it. I take it outside now these days, too, so it's like, man, this thing's been going through a lot lately. But that's just kind of how it works, you know. Anything else I need to manage here? So type get isn't useful, right? Type get is very nice to have. I don't know what else I really use for this other than that. Like, complex data, right? Complex data. So getting complex data is something I'm going to put down here. Right? Because function get complex data. Get complex. This is where things get very, very difficult. Complex data is not going to be simple. Essentially, what getting complex data means is when you have a data type that's supposed to be primitive, right? You're essentially looking for primitive data. If you find the data that is not primitive, you have to run a command sequence on it. And that can very much vary based on what you're looking to do. So the most simple one is a basic sum command, where you're just taking every single value and summing it up, assuming everything in there is integer, right? And this is also where we need to make a type validate, right? A type validate or a type normalize, where we can take a dictionary or an array, right? We search for a dictionary or an array, and then we ensure, or primitive, if we get a primitive, we just have to search one data type, and then we ensure everything on that scope is primitive value. In the case of a primitive, we are just ensuring that the data type of that primitive is of the between float and was really just num or string, right? I think it's more just like ensure primitive, right? Because if there's like a mismatch between num and string, we can usually work it out. It can cause issues though. But yeah, there's a couple things there that can be dealt with, but you know. So type get sounds more like it's getting type ensure. It's more like type get is not really getting the type of something. It's getting the value of it. It's a type safe. I should probably just call it like sget. Or like safe get. Safe get is basically just type safe get. Type get is getting the type of, so it's like type of dget, which is fine. I don't need to make a specific function for that. I can just use that structure, that little command combo attack. But yeah, getting complex data is essentially just running a function off of a set of data until you get the results you want. There's a couple ways to run this, right? You can run a single command where args are every single value, either dictionary dot values or the alternative is just arrays, and you just spit the array out, right? That is going to be what I'm going to consider kind of a kind of like a blunt or a dumb complex, where this complex is really just it's more of like a simple complex where you're just performing a single set of a single instruction, where it's basically an arg yeah, I think the best term is kind of an arg complex, where your complex data becomes your argument. So you can have like a sum by dot 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 args, like a limitless args array, and it will just collect everything up and then work with that data. There's that option. There is then the other option, which is then the sequential, and the sequential is basically going to go through every single element in a for loop, and it is going to perform a single interaction, more of a comparator, right? It's kind of like a comparator thing. That's the best way to describe it. It's like you can do the plus thing by adding every 2 elements, right? You take some element and you go through each element and you add, and you add it until you get to the end. That's another option. The final option would then be returning the data type. It's a complex edit, right? A complex edit would be where you're editing the data, but you're editing it in a complex fashion whereby you are going through the data and you are editing every single component of it, but it's not a deep complex, right? So it doesn't recursive call. That becomes a difficult challenge. Like, I don't know. There's a lot of ways I can treat this, but I don't know where you would want to use a deep complex, because that feels like more just a case where you're erasing data, and there's nowhere else where you really want to use that. Overall, the thing about complex data is it's really an edge case of like, I'm just trying to edit data, which is, it's like just like any type of primitive data that then becomes a bigger story, right? So of course, like slash resistance then has some modifs for protection and fragile. I have to ensure everything is safe there, and then I can proceed. Very simple stuff there. Functions have nothing to do with it. Attactions maybe, but that's a different stretch. Also, oh yeah, I don't have a has command. Has is basically just gonna be perfect search, because it's just perfect search, right? So has becomes a perfect searcher where you're just searching and saying, hey, does this thing exist, right? Function has, and all we're doing is we are returning if fetch data path is a path. If it's equal to 0, then right. So we're just looking for the fetch data state. If the state is 0, that means it's perfect search. That's all has really is. It is, of course, a more bloated way of searching, right? This has a very high base coefficient to like any search that we're doing here. This is a very hefty thing because we're doing a lot of this initialization in like a for loop for nothing really. So there's also that. This is when you start taking the data out of here, right? Data tree. I mean, you stick up the data set and then we do like a single manipulation on it. But has can be useful for anything deeper. Has at depth of like a singular depth kind of becomes redundant because all we're doing there is doing a single search, right? I could actually make each step of fetch a thing, a fetch step, where a fetch step is basically looking for the level and then doing some manipulation on it. Perhaps. So I think that's possibly an option. I can make a fetch step, and then has just runs a single fetch step if necessary for a length of 1. Actually, I mean, at that point, it's like, this is like not too much of an limitation for that. I don't think it's worth it. The thing has can stay as this, and we're mostly fine, because at the end of the day, you can always do some other stuff. This does just give you the data you want, and you can always do get data set and then just check manually that has. So this is just like a faster way if you want to do a dumb method of it. I think at that point you just do datatree.dataset.has instead of datatree.has. So maybe I just say don't worry about this, but this is good for has in depth, right? Because obviously dget is now not, so has is now able to check. You can do has, and if has fails, then you can do dget, and if dget fails and returns the default, then that means your data doesn't exist. Otherwise, then you know it's a shallow, right? You can run some amount of, because there's really only 3 states here. These two are essentially the exact same, because this one never really comes up. It does sometimes, but these are two of essentially the same state. So you have some Boolean logic there that you can play off of, and then kind of solve everything from there. You don't have to worry too much. So there's that side to everything. Yeah. So we're fine there. And now we get into complex data management. So complex data, we are going to say, look at this. So we're going to obviously we're obviously going to go to this path, right? We're going to go to some path, which is a string. And then with this path, we are going to want to run some function call operation. So this is going to be get complex args. So we're going to do the args complex, and this is going to be a function, or the method is a string. And what we're going to be doing here is we are going to be we don't have to really necessarily return anything per se. And it's very simple, right? If there's multiple args, we run off of a multiple chain. If there's one arg, then we don't really worry. And this has been something we've done before, so obviously functions does have its own get complex thing here. Simple collapse. Simple collapse is what the complex is here, right? Simple collapse is a complex get complex args where we are taking the args and we are doing a basic sum, right? So, yeah, essentially that. Simple collapse is pretty much just what you think of it. It's just collapsing all the data into an integer format. It is a very nice and compacted one. I do like this one. I might keep it, but it is just a very simple one. But getting complex, doing a mass thing. So for example, I can do get complex on, say, a string array, which is like my text display, and I can display all of it via the get complex, or I can just turn it into an array directly. I can do some other things with it, other manipulations. I can give each array value like a dictionary name of like key 1, line 1 key, line 2 key, so forth. There's a lot of things I can do there. So get complex is overall very useful. It's about managing complex data and how I want to interact with that. So very, very useful, very, very important, and we can now work on this. So essentially all we're going to do is we're going to first get the data, right? So we're going to have to do dget, and if dget fails, right, if we get the default on dget, essentially all we're going to say is, okay, we can't do a complex, because if we premature search, then we don't know what we're doing, we don't know what data we're at, and if we invalid search, then we failed. Shallow search is obviously an instance that needs to work, so we can just do dget. So variable data, raw data is equal to dget, or raw fetch is kind of what we've been calling it. Raw fetch is equal to dget path, and if raw fetch is null, then we just return and we just don't care, right? We just escape and we just pretend nothing is awry. We can't really get complex args here. This is supposed to return a variant, so it's kind of like, yeah. So we just return null. So what's going to happen here next? So in this case, we've passed the case where the thing has failed. We now know that we have some data here, right? Now we just check is primitive, right? And I probably should make an is primitive here, so function is primitive. And then we just return a boolean where we just return if it's not a dictionary or if it's not a string. Although I probably should, like, there's instances where it's not, so I should probably do it. Data is int or data is, oh yeah, there's also the boolean condition. I forgot that booleans exist. Even though I've been using them so much. I kind of forgot that boolean's kind of a thing, so I do need to make sure that here I have to also manage type boolean, and then the default is then equal to false. So there we go. I forgot about booleans kind of being a thing. I haven't really used the booleans in my JSON files because that's what true false data I can manipulate. Well, we'll see when we get to like stagger and stuff. There might be some details there that we have to work with. So, getting the complex args now, because I'll work on this. Now, with the data, we can now check if is primitive, right? If it's a primitive value, if our raw fetch is a primitive value, right? No, this might not be raw fetch, it's like the raw data. Nobody's called data, right? It's not raw anymore. We processed it a bit. If the data is primitive, then we just have to run the method on that single piece of data, and then we can move on, right? So then we return the value of functions dot call j, and we call the method, and then our args array is just a singular array of the data piece, right? Because we know the data is primitive here, we can work with that. Awesome. I guess like in this case, if the data is like some like complex object, it's technically, it's not like primitive, but it is a like single piece of data. It's not like a dictionary or whatever. In any other instance, for value in data, actually no. So now we have to check because if the data is an array, then we can just pass that in. If data is a dictionary, then essentially data is just going to equal data dot values, and then from there we can just do. Actually, we don't even need to check its primitive because it's. Although we have to do the bracket data here, so then we can just pass in the data. There is a case where if it's not one of these types, then you could have an issue. But in like big objects and stuff, but the problem with that is like, yeah, I guess I can have like an is primitive, which is just asserting these, and like an is. It wouldn't hurt to have both. Is complex is just going to be for any set data type. Oh, this is still not. I forgot to get rid of the not in this. The good thing I caught that. At this point, I don't even need the parentheses. This is kind of redundant. His valid scope is just kind of like, you know, I can just, it's basically like if it's complex or if it's a valid array. But yeah, cool. So now I can just do is complex. Not like it really matters, but you know. And then it just runs args on this thing like that. Now the next one is sequential, right? So next one is getting the complex sequence. So what is going to happen here, right, is we are going to get a kind of like a one-by-one alteration here. So it's basically kind of like running a dictionary data chain. I think I'm confusing myself. It's a large call stack chain off of some callable. Essentially what we're doing here, right, is we're going to do the same data.get, and then if it's not complex, right, if it's not complex, so essentially all we're going to do, if it's not complex, is we are going to return functions.callj, and we're just going to return the single method call there. Very much what we've been doing before. Okay, complex set, I think I should probably call it. Sequence is going to be something else. We're going to run a sequential command against all data types. So now we do if the data is a dictionary, then, and also for methods, we're going to also have, we're going to also have additional args, and these ones are going to be defaults, which is going to be an array. It's going to be an array of defaults, and our defaults are basically just like, hey, we want to put these data values. I could have just like as like a dot array, but I didn't want to. Append, and then we just append the defaults on top. So this is pretty good here. I enjoy that. I could probably get complex args, also have a dot appends, but it's not supposed to be for that. It's supposed to be for like a limitless args set. So, you know. Okay. I probably should just do this like a... I don't know, does it still get angry over that? I don't think it does. Then we are going to do var eval dictionary. Oh, it does append value at the end of it. Oh, it does do a thing. Appends value at the end of the array. Oh, so you can't do that? Or is it because I did that? Oh, okay. I thought append would, like, you know, return the appended value of this. But okay. Oh, I didn't even... Append was just pushed back. Why? Okay, so append array, but then you still have to, like, you know, retain that data, and then they throw it back. Oh, why? Why can't it just, like, do a thing so I can just, like, change it straight in here instead of having to make a new... I can just, like, make another function here, which is just gonna be, join. Actually, array join I'm going to throw into functions, because it's going to be a common thing that I'm going to probably... Will I ever use array join? I mean, it's probably useful to have. Array join is probably just like a nice thing to have on hand, so I'm going to throw it in here. Okay, I think it's more useful here than anywhere else. That's going to be function, join arrays. R1 is an array. R2 is an array. Then we are going to return an array. And then we're just going to take R1. We're going to do a duplicate deep. I don't know if we're supposed to be need a duplicate deep. We probably don't need to. We're just going to do like R1. R1.duplicate. Awesome is going to be and then awesome dot append array R2 and then we return awesome. Probably the best I can do there, unfortunately. I wish I could do more there. But yeah, join arrays. Just join arrays there. Useful to have, useful to have. So we can do functions dot join ours, join arrays. So I can actually just do a call J here. It's better to do. It's probably better to do for functions. Anything that's not functions that call J, I should do a actual functions that call J, in case someone wants to mutate that data. But technically, like with like data tree, I want it to remain untouched. Probably. So I'm not sure. That's a tough decision. I'm gonna say I can probably just do functions dot join all, so I don't have like undefined behavior when someone makes an overwrite for this thing. Array 1 is just gonna be the array of just one type data. Array 2 is gonna be your defaults. Very simple like that. Although actually, like, this is gonna be, I just have to get the data here, so I just have to return at the end. Return, actually, yeah, I don't really need to worry too much. I can just do a thing. Yeah, actually, hold on. I don't really need this. This is useful to have, I feel like, this joiner, but I'm not going to need it right now. Because I can do something else here where I don't have to worry about it, which is just making a new array, which is called aga. And then it's just going to be an empty array for now. And at the end, I can do aga dot append array. Oh, but I'm also doing it by sequence. I'm doing it by iteration, right? I have to iterate. I forgot that I'm not doing it a single run. I'm doing an iteration. Here I can, right? This get complex args, I definitely want to have. No, I don't. I don't think I want to. Defaults come first. I think if defaults come first on get complex args, it's fine. Hard decisions, actually. I don't think I need to worry about that yet. I'm inclined to say it's useful to have the thing. I'm inclined to say it's useful to have that option. The option of like, hey, I want to like edit this data in this very specific manner that like most people would never edit it in. It's useful to have the default array args. But they in complex args, the defaults come first. Right? The defaults do come first here. That is an important part of it. So that's an important thing to make note of with these defaults. They come first, so that, you know, the idea is that your complex args are your like array, where it now is all of the limitless arg list that follows after. I always forget the name of this terminology. There's like, I dropped my water bottle. There's a term for this type of data manipulation. Is that empty? Is that empty? I think it is. I don't really care. Okay. Not my problem if the water bottle's empty anyways. I don't really have to manage that. Okay. Cool. So, what are we to do then? What are we to do about everything here? Let's think. So get complex set. We're gonna manage that later. Here with the defaults, what we're gonna do is we're gonna do here, same thing here. Functions dot join these two together. And then here, our data here is an array, right? So instead, it's just functions join the array data, and then the defaults array. And data defaults go first. Defaults go first because everything is uncapped. Because if you want to edit a primitive, then you would use get complex set. We don't know what your primitive even is, so it's gonna be different. This is a weird behavior, I think. It is a bit unexpected. I think some people might not know what it's doing here with get complex args, because it's a get complex default, then args. Your default is also, I should probably make defaults be by default an empty array, because defaults are a bonus thing. Defaults, or I should just call them prefix defaults. Prefix defaults. Because this is like a better emphasis of what I'm actually doing here, versus this, which is suffix defaults. Post default, pre-default, I don't know. Maybe that terminology is bad. I don't really know. I'm not too sure. Anyways, for the data, if the data is dictionary, then our evaluation dictionary is going to be here. And then for every single key in data, we're just going to do iteration over that. So for every key in the data, what we're going to do is we're going to take this eval dictionary. And eval dictionary and then key is going to equal, and then we're going to do a function, call j, and we're going to call the method. We're going to join, and then our data key, and that's going to give us a value, which is going to be our first arg. That's our suffix defaults there. And then after all of that, we are going to return our eval dictionary. And if data is an array, then we're going to do something else. We are going to make an evaluator, the array, and then for every single item in the array, we are very simply just going to do. Oh wait, but I do want to iterate over the. No. Eval dot push back, and we're going to push back. Functions dot call j, and then we're going to call j join array, and then we're going to join array for a. A is the first element plus all our suffix arrays there. Oh, it's still data though. And then we are going to return our eval array. What the heck? What's so funny? Okay, there's like an event going on like elsewhere in the world, and it randomly like said like, hey, this is on your calendar, here you go. And I'm like, wait a second, why are you sending this to me? I didn't even sign up for this. I was like, why am I not focused on my stream tab anymore? And it's because my GCal for college had an event signed up that I'm not even signed up for. I'm not even at college right now. Why is this happening? This is so funny. I'm like, what? They sent the email about the same thing like 13 seconds ago. It's like, what the? Okay, whatever. That's like an in-person thing. What? Why? Also here, return null. Remember. There we go. So, look at that. This is a get complex set. And then finally, we are going to have get complex sequence. And sequence is going to be the last one where we sequentially run the same thing off of a expanding data set. Yeah, also I want to do get type default. I don't know if there's like a type default thing. Is there like a type of default thing? I don't think so. Like, there's a concept of type of, right? Well, there's no, like, type default, I don't think. Oh, type convert. Oh, you can, like, do a type convert. Can you, like, type convert null into any other type, and it gives you, like, an empty? Yeah, if a type conversion cannot be done. Oh, so you can do type convert null and then the type that you want, and then you can just run that. Okay. Type convert. Dude, I'm telling you, Godot, every single time I use this language, I learn something new that I didn't even know it had inside of it. It's so interesting. It's like, wow. I didn't know this was like a thing that could happen. I didn't know that, like, this language is as powerful as this is. It's just like a lot of the inbuilt functions that are just so good, and I was like, I wish I had these in like Scratch or something, but like, of course you don't have them in Scratch. Color 8, hi there. I don't know what this is. I don't know why this is open. Color. So, alright, awesome. Append array. Like, we're data tree now. So I can now do the final thing, which is get complex sequence. And it's almost the same as set. Sequence. Maybe I'll do sequen. And this is going to be for a path string, a method string, and then we're going to have suffix defaults. Right? We have a suffix defaults. I mean, this one we could have also had prefix defaults. This is like the thing. It's like typically defaults should be right. Defaults should be suffix. But like the thing about the thing here with like prefix defaults is they're not like prefix defaults. It's like estimated value you want to already throw into the pot beforehand. And sequence, it's like for set. It's maybe also useful to have a prefix args. Obviously, for get prefix args, you do not want a suffix because like it's uncapped. These ones, there's no specific reason why I don't think there shouldn't be a prefix args. This is a curious question. I don't know. I just don't know the answer to some of these things. It's like, what is the best way to treat this? Do I want to put prefix args? It's probably useful to have. I would say it's useful to have. So I think that's probably the thing I want to do here. So I probably want to make a function like assemble args. And it's going to be prefix main which I guess you have to prefix it to do this. I guess like assemble args, it's like I can just like do a double join here. Assemble args prefix main and then suffix and then it's just going to be a return functions.join array prefix and main. And I'm going to do that again after doing it for that and then suffix. Oh, what? Assemble args. Okay, so assemble args, and then I can just do here, I can just have prefix args and then suffix args. Very, very long headers over here. But that's kind of what I'm doing here, right? And now here it's going to be data key. And here it's going to be A. Oh, then we have to push back, yeah. So very, very lengthy code. Very, very wordy code over here. But this is essentially what I'm doing. And it does get the point across, even though it's like well over like 100. It's like well over 100 characters. Very, very long lines over here, but you know, this is what you gotta do sometimes. I probably didn't have to make assemble args. I could probably just make a call args instead of like this. I could probably actually, yeah, I should probably do this differently. And then suffix can just be an empty array for this one. I feel like they all can be. So then when it comes to this one, you can return its prefix defaults and then data. So you can do call arg set. And here you can do call arg set. That's just a lot neater, honestly. That is a bit neater, even though this is kind of weird. I don't know, the code feels less readable, but also more readable. Interesting enough. Now, sequence, what this is going to do is we're going to have, same thing here. It's just the same return, no, whatever, garbage. If, and then we're going to do var base. And var is going to be the, it's going to be called the TOWIE. And the TOWIE is what we return at the end of this. TOWIE is going to be the type convert null to the type, which is going to be... Ooh, that's an interesting question. Because, I mean, the type of your sequence should all be unified, right? The type of the sequence should all be unified. We should be able to get complex type. And if there's a mismatch, then we have an issue, right? So this is going to be where we have to then get complex type. So let's do a get complex type. And that's going to be path string. And what else on top of type string? There is going to then be... It's this path string, and then we just go through everything and make sure we get the integer, which is going to be the type of. So we are going to return type nil if nothing happens. Essentially, what we're going to do is we are going to do the get thing here, as we always do. And if the type is a single thing, right, then we return the type of our data. Right. And then we are just going to simply okay, so how do we check a mismatch safely? Because, like, let's say my idea was like, okay, if the current type changes and the old current type was not current type nil, then we have an issue. Or we just track every time current type changes. Or current type isn't defined at the start, it's left empty. But then we can't really check it. I don't think we can check it if current type doesn't have a defined value. So like, then if old current type, okay, so what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do this and then var old type is equal to the current type, and all we're gonna do here is we're gonna do for value in data if it is a complex type, right? You can assure now that it is a complex type because it's not complex. If it's not complex, and we already did that, so it's an array or dictionary for sure now. So for v in data, we are going to do current type is going to be equal to type of v. If current type is not equal to old type, then we are going to have to check. If we're going to do if old type is equal to type nil, then we're fine. We can just do old type is equal. We can just set the old type to the current type. And then otherwise, we can say we are going to, that means we have a failure, and then we return type nil. That means that we're trying to set things back to nil when old type isn't currently nil. Well, actually, yeah. Am I weird here? Is this like incorrect? If current type is equal to the, I think there's better logic I can do here. But anyways, returning the current type. This is just ensuring the complex type is unified. Why is we getting errors here? Integer used when enum value is expected. This is intended to cast the integer to the enum type by using as keyword. Is that how you're supposed to do it? No. It's true no use. Oh, is this gonna be type as int? Type of as int. I don't know if that fixes anything. I don't know why it's angry at me for that. I don't know what it's. Oh. Ow. I just accidentally stepped on the wire. Oh. Okay. I don't know what exactly the issue here was. Because it certainly doesn't like that still. I don't even know what the enum cast is. What is the enum cast? I don't even know. All this global scope garbage. It's just like... I don't understand. I don't understand some of these errors, man. Variant.type? Am I supposed to do like variant.type? No, I do not know what it wants here. I don't know what it wants here. That's such a weird thing to flag. Okay, but like, I can't change that. I can't change that. That's just how it is. What? What am I supposed to do there? I can't cast that. Is there a solution to this? Like, I don't know how to cast this. What? I guess I just have to like cast this. And then it's fine, I guess. Okay, that's mildly silly, and it doesn't compare. Okay, it doesn't care about the enum to an int. It cares about the int to an enum. Fine, I guess. Whatever. That's a weird thing to be angry about. Anyways, my main complaint was, so if the current, so basically what we're looking at is if the current type is not equal to the old type, then we have to make sure the old type is equal to the current type. But if the old type is not nil, then that means that we've done a change before, and then we have to be like, hey, stop, this is not correct. We've changed twice. We can only change once. Which is essentially the same as, like, saying if the current type is equal to nil, and then the old type is not equal to nil, which means, I don't know. I'm not going to worry about it. I think this code is fine. This code works. There's definitely a more efficient way to do the Boolean logic here. I don't care, though. It's the point where you just don't care. So then we type convert null. So we're going to do var TOWIE type is equal to the get complex type of our path. And if TOWIE type equals the nil type, then we return null because we failed. Otherwise, we can make our TOWIE, which is just whatever. What was this for? This was our default, right? So this is our default. This is our base value. Type converting the null into a TOWIE type, right? And then with that, what we're gonna do is now, with our TOWIE, is we can now iterate over everything, right? You can now iterate and check for everything. If our data isn't complex, if our data is not complex, you don't even have to worry about this, right? If our data is not complex, then we can return the call arg set for just our singular data piece. It's just a sequencing of a sequence where the only value is data, because why not? I should also put the 0 in here, right? There's going to be the... Actually, yeah, I do still need the TOWIE type here, because we're going to have the TOWIE and then data. Basically, tally is our base value, then our data. So before you can add function, we add them together. There isn't prefix defaults and suffix defaults. This is still important because you were assuring that there's at least 2 args, because there should always be 2 args, and our prefix and suffix is whatever else necessary. Then after that, we just have to check if it's a dictionary, if it's an array. But actually, we don't have to care about that because we're just going to be iterating through them all the same. We know everything is safe in them. We just need to iterate through them, kind of as we did here with the V. It's a bit different. Actually. Yeah, because data interacts by this, so we can't really iterate the value. Unless we do like data.values. But then that's and we have to do this discrimination. So if the data is a dictionary, then we are going to do a simple thing here, which is going to be for every single key in our data. We're going to just, we're going to have tally is going to be equal to the return value of... Oh, my stream almost killed itself because I'm having bad ping. That was scary. Whoa. I'm having like bad internet. Hopefully we're fine. We might be having some buffering. I'm really sorry about whatever's happening right now. Whoopsie doopsie, I guess. Data key. So we get the data, and then we get by the key, just like that. And then, after all of that is said and done, we are going to return the final tally, right? Actually, yeah, here we just return tally. So, we just do it like this. And then if the data is an array, then for every single A in our data, we're just going to tally count A alongside a tally. There we go. This should theoretically work. I am not too confident in it though, but I think it could probably work. Maybe. I'm not too sure. So that's going to be something we'll have to figure out. Yippee. Yeah. Okay. So, this is going pretty well at the moment. Yeah. Awesome. So, let's see here. Okay, so I'm liking everything here, right? We have about 170 lines of code. A lot of stuff that I'm probably not going to use too much, but data tree is looking very good. So now is the fun part. Well, now we can finally make it. So everything is now going to start getting synchronized to something that actually kind of functions and works out well. Anything else here I need to get done? I think overall, everything here is pretty good. Yeah, this is pretty nice. Everything is looking really, really good here. And yeah. Awesome. So, all of this being said, let's think about what is to be done next. So essentially, we don't really need fetch data here anymore. Fetch data is kind of like a thing in the past. So it's basically just doing data tree operation on a file tree, which is kind of funny. But file tree might get moved now. Do I want it to still be in Game Manager? Although actually I can just have a thing here. So file tree here is a dictionary. But what we're going to actually do is we're going to make a type data tree, I think, is probably the best thing to do here. So this is going to be a very, very big switch. What references of data tree do we have? So on node recovery, nothing. But essentially, we're just going to start working off of this and building everything up. Actually, funny enough, file branch kind of works in the same vein as just kind of constructing a data set with a .set command or dset command. I don't want to take that leap yet because I don't know how well it's going to work, but that's like a future optimization. Because, yeah, you can actually just take the path and then make a string there. And then from that, with that string, you can replace the string with the data set. There is optimization there. Yeah, like... No, there's actually optimization I can do. Hold on. Let me think. Let me... Let me print the path and then print the data from the path. Because I want to check an optimization I can make. Oh, are we... I think it gets angry about the, it doesn't like that I'm, like, running on folders. Folders, it's not gonna like. So, hold on, let me get this, not the search result, the output. So, for example, on test, so this is, like, the folder units, nothing. If we go to units.json, right, all of this data. So theoretically speaking, I can do a data tree. I can do data tree, and I can do a edit data, and I can edit the data. Right, I can edit data, and I can do the path, which is the path, right? As I've always done, the value is the result of that path. I can automate everything here. This whole code, I can wipe off, and I can optimize it. I mean, is it optimized? So there's actually a thing about if level ref is equal to null, then we have to set the thing to null, which I think we do kind of anyways. Where is ref null? I don't know where the null file is per se. So I don't know where it is. Oh yeah, ref. It does return null anyways. Like, this is kind of redundant. It's kind of a redundant point anyways. The folders are going to at first spell null, but then eventually you construct something off of it. If there's nothing, if it's empty, then you return, which means that it's null. So it's like, I don't know. Because it's going to be an empty thing. Well, I guess it doesn't have null, it just has an empty object. Which is different, but to what end is it different? It is different. An empty object is not the same as an object with null. They are different things. They are, in fact, different objects. They are not the same. That is an important piece of information. Welcome, discrete structures. But yeah, I mean, like, do I care about that, though? Like, do I actually do any data manipulation in which I need to check if a file exists, or if the file is null, or if the file just doesn't exist? Like, I don't think I ever do that. But on a theoretical perspective, it is actually important because of files. If the folder goes into a dictionary, which is empty, that is different from if the folder goes into a null like ref. But anyways, I check by file extension .jsons get turned into a thing, otherwise no. Which yeah. Which is also another, I don't know. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I think overall is this the better move? I don't think I need to make the move yet. The move does not need to be made as of yet. What we're going to do though is we are going to make file tree of type data tree. And then down here, we are going to make temp dictionary here equal to a file tree dot data set. And then we are just directly, we are still kind of working off of this thing. So it is a dictionary, so that file tree is no longer a thing, it is now a data tree. Right, you can see here it's a data tree type. Temp dictionary though should be now a dictionary. Very good. Though, what else is going to happen here? So, any other data tree manipulations here, we don't need anymore. Fetch data is not necessary. I don't know how much we use it anymore. Okay, we do use it here, right? We do search. Do we still use this search command though? Do we ever use it? We do use it for console. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo, boo-hoo. It fetched data off of a thing, so it's basically just yeah, it's just gonna be file tree dot fetch data. Well, it's gonna be, yeah, I guess the fetch data command kind of like can't run off itself per se. Let me think. I mean, technically here I can just do like dget, but not always the best. Yeah, actually, I'll just do dget here. And I don't need to really worry about this anymore. No, default will just be an empty string. It's fine. I'm not too worried about it. Right. Yeah. Okay, we can close all of our docs. We don't need all these. So now data tree that fetch data is no longer necessary, right? So function fetch data. When do we ever do unit.fetch data? Do we actually do unit.fetch data? Because we can just do unit.dataset and then do the manipulations. Which dataset itself should be, initialization of it should be a data file tree. Okay, we're gonna have to slow burn this. So let's see how many errors we get on this. Game manager.fetch data. So again, we can do a file tree. So what's gonna happen here too? No, we can't do that. Theoretically, functions should have the entire file tree so that we can work with it. It's kind of important. I don't know. Do I? Because it's useful for property reference. I can property reference the entire file tree. Here I can't. Or I just make a base file tree in functions, right? So let me just set it to an empty data tree for now. So here what we can do is we can do data tree or file tree is going to be equal to game manager dot file tree, and then we can just do game stat is file tree dot dget game stat, and if it fails it's going to be an empty thing here. The nice thing about fetch data is it can work abstractly, right? Like I can do data tree dot fetch data, right? I can still use the file tree here to just do a fetch data off of GameStat, right? I can still do this though. I can do file tree.get, and then here I can just throw in an empty. Kind of a rough way to code this, but I don't care at this point. I should care, but like, frankly, it's not that big of a thing. If for example here, like for here for create dice array, this is where things get good, right? I can now do, oh, my thing is dying. Oh, my stream is really dying. I might end up getting DC'd from the stream soon. That's gonna suck if it happens. I'll make a post if it does. Let's see, file tree, and then I can do a type-based, getter, right? So this is when, I think it's, safe get, and it is going to be, the path is this, and then from there, the type is going to be an array. So it is always going, array is going to return an array. Right? So now I know that action data is an array because safeget is going to return an array. That is the default if the dget fails. That is exactly what this use case is. So this is a much cleaner way of coding. And overall, I mean, things are looking good here. Now, game manager fetch data functions, right? Stuff like this. We're gonna delete data tree soon and stuff. Game manager fetch data shouldn't even work anymore. I did get rid of that, didn't I? I did get rid of fetch data, so why is it still kind of throwing itself on? It's very weird, it's very slow on this sometimes, but here I can do a dget again. I don't have to, right? File tree.dget doesn't really change too much. But like, yeah, I can just look for the functions folder. If it doesn't exist, and I just give it an empty thing, and then it doesn't break everything automatically. It's pretty much better that way. It's gonna break somewhere else down the road anyways, but you know. What can you do, you know? What can you do? Here we can then do a file tree.dget. It's very good for when I don't actually use this extra value here. Right? Like, we know this is going to be a dictionary at this point. Yeah, this is actually good, because what essentially happens here is I'm getting rid of every reference of data of Game Manager as much as possible, and also data tree because it doesn't need to exist. So what happens if I comment out fetch data here, or if I call it fetch data here? It's gonna get angry, but we're gonna delete all of this code soon. All of this code is gonna get scrapped, which is gonna be very fun, right? We're gonna scrap everything. Everything's gonna get like rushed out to the side. Yeah. Let's save that my private server so I can have it for later. Okay, cool. So essentially, yeah, everything's gonna break here. But this is now when we can see everything here. So like, when I do data tree.fetch unit of unit data, right, I can just change this to file tree, right? It can run it off of any other data. Fetch data doesn't need to interact with the main data scene. It just does whatever it does for the specific data type given, which is kind of nice. It's a bit of a weird way of coding because you know, like, I used a static for this before, but it's like I can make a pseudo static type of thing. It's not the correct term. I don't care. Is that the only instance where I like, use data tree? No, I use it like so. Why is it not catching these? It's file data that fetch data. File tree that fetch data. Okay, so some stuff like this is going to be a problem, right? So, okay, so first of all, what I'm going to do is I'm going to close this out. Because it's going to throw a bunch of errors when I open it back up. I need to see those errors so I know what to do. I'm a little baby zoomer coder. I don't actually know how to do things. But it's still not, like, playing nice with me. But yeah, stuff like this now, obviously, it's going to be, like, .dget. Like, the -2 thing is useful, right? It is useful to have. Like, it is useful to have that return. But if I get a null anyways, then, like, you know, I'm going to be fine. So that's when I do... functions, or I can just do, I can even here for now, I can do Game Manager. So here, it's like, if data is null, then something is wrong, right? So there we go. And here, it's data tree.fetch. We can just do... Okay, I have to make an instance instead. I can't static reference. Can I is there a way to static reference? Is there a way to static reference? Oh, okay. There's a complicated way to do it based on this Godot engine form. I don't want to specifically do that. That's a bit rough looking. Godot's so weird. It has some weird coding antics going on. I can always just do game manager. I mean, like, there's a better way to code any of this, all of this, anyways, right? You know, like, there's better ways to code. Display skill text field. Data is just a thing. Oh, it's making data an array. Data 1 is not equal to 0. So what's data 1 supposed to be? Is data 1 the text? Oh, data 1 is the text, is it? I don't... Yeah, this is kind of the fun part about refactoring code, is like, what am I doing? What am I trying to accomplish here? What was this before? Display skill text field, right? So it's... Oh, it's skill text. But is there more to that? Text, if the text data isn't... So if data 1 is not equal to 0, then... that means something. It means something. I do not know what that means. It means that the color is now going to be... Oh, it's going to be grayed out. Is it just saying that like, if it's a shallow search, it's just going to like spit out nonsense? You know, sometimes I get confused. Sometimes I sure do get confused. Like, what? Hello? Huh? I don't know what I am looking at. I'm gonna deal with this one later. Oh, but it's everywhere. Like, everything is fetch data. Everything is built on fetch data is the problem. Where does unit data come from? Where does unit data even come from? It comes from functions on unit data. Okay, so we can like operate off of data. Can we? Okay, I don't like this. I don't particularly like this because it's like what? So unit data. So unit data should instead be a data tree dot new of this functions.unitlist.dataset, right? And then we can just do unit data dot safeget, and I can safeget everything here. Like, that's the benefit, right? I can safeget every single data point that I need. I don't need to do this whole song and dance of getting the 0th value and hoping it doesn't crash. So this is useful. And then I can also edit it, because this is not a deep copy. I can now edit. I can do a de-edit, a deset. The current health to the value of... I'm telling you, it's like, what is this? Like, what am I typing here? Why didn't I just use the variable old health? The old health is right here. Old health minus this. But the minimum between that and the max health. And now I have to use the max health, right? I'm not comfortable with this. Like, this is so weird. So now I can do here, I can do deset current stagger. And then here it's max stagger. And S damage. And then new health and new stagger is now equal to the safe get that I've done before. Safe get is so much better whenever I'm not handling these values. And then I can do nothing else in particular. Yeah. Can I just delete data tree E? Because this is kind of bad. I don't need this. Data tree E does not need it anymore. I can finally remove this. Yeah, remove this. Remove this. And then in my globals, data tree can now be removed. Very nice. Look at that. So now there's a lot more for me to get. So there we go. Now it's actually throwing errors that I need to see. Right? So stuff like this, which I'm going to have to figure out how that's going to work. Obviously data tree without the extra E is fine. Obviously event bus is fine. Functions is going to have a lot of issues, right? So this is when we're going to start getting the fetch fail, which is a patchwork method of doing something that could have been done another way. So this is where we get into like dice data here is going to be getting the dice data, which can be achieved by just doing file tree dot dget, and then, you know, if die data is null, then that means it did fail, and then we can return an empty. And then we can just say, okay, return die data if it's a dictionary. Otherwise, you return empty, which actually does just mean that we can just, instead, we can do a safe get for this, for type, which is a dictionary. I don't need any of this code. I can just delete all of this, because it's just going to return an empty dictionary when needed. I can just return the dice data or an empty dictionary. Look at that! It's so much cleaner. Like, this is awesome. Fun fact, by the way, it's really hard to do. It's like I don't know, my brain's like melting. So stuff like this, where it's like the die here, where the die is a dictionary, it's like just better to just say, I should just take the die and then make a thing out of it, make a file tree out of it. And then if the type isn't a string, we return 0. Right? But now we can just make it so that now type is always going to be a string, because it's going to be, we are going to just do die dot new, or we can do data tree dot new from the dictionary of die, and then we can do a safe get for the path of type, and then the type is a string. And that works way better. And that's ultimately the goal, right? The goal is to make code that doesn't look like Slop Dumpster, even though it still kind of does. And it just overall kind of works a bit better. Like, overall, this is just nicer code, because, like, okay, we are making a new data tree, and we are safe getting the dice here. I didn't actually need, I realized I don't really need to make a dataset object type. This was kind of unnecessary, because not being able to, like, virtually reference these is kind of bad, honestly. But it does mean that I can just create an object and continuously refer to it. I wish I could also stack refer these, and then stack infer is like, hey, we're just going to do it off of a thing. But, you know, it makes sense. Like, I would have liked to have fetch data still be static reference. I put it in functions, but that's a bad thing. I don't know. There's a lot of issues, thoughts, concepts, ideas I don't know how to deal with. So we're going to recycle dice. Works now. Should work. Obviously, we have to test everything soon, and hope I don't crash everything and crash and burn everything. Right, getting the dice type. And then it's just returning the type. All we're doing here is we are just returning this data, get die type. Wait, get die type. Isn't that literally what this was before? Get recycle dice? You have to just get the die type. We just have to get the die type. Why did I need any of this? Wait, type is literally, I just have to return this. It's the same thing. Get die type is just the... Why am I like this? Wait, yeah. I just have to return, get die type is just return safe get type. This is so much neater. That is so much better. There's gonna be nothing to show on the post tonight. Or like whenever I make the post, I've been late on them all the time. Like, you know, there's not much to show because like at the end of the day, it's a lot of code stuff. Like, look at this. I'm like making so many things better. So type is just gonna equal type dice type. Get die type of the die. That's all it is. That's all it is. Look at that. So simple. Yeah, so look at this. It's awesome. It works. Works. But like, you should do result over 2 and it would be something. I don't even really need stagger collapse anymore, simple collapse here anymore, but it is nice. But yeah, this is just better. I am making a lot more objects now, which is like, okay, whatever, but I think it's like fine. This is kind of messy, but you know, whatever. Bam, 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 bam. Okay, I don't know. I hate the music. The music is nice. Bam, 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 bam. Or I can make unit.dataset become a data tree. Unit.dataset should be a data tree, honestly. Bam, 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 bam. So I should go to unit and then make the dataset. GM unit list shouldn't be because GM unit list is not a dataset, a data tree, but this should be a data tree. And dataset is going to equal datatree.new from this data.duplicate heap. And then I don't need a fetch data. It's just datatree.fetch data from this, which I don't need anymore because now I have the thing. I can now just do dataset dot safe get the color. It's a bit lengthier in code, but like that's like way better. It's way better here. Oh, it doesn't actually get angry about that. There we go. Look at that. It's a lot neater in here now. Very good. Very good. So now with that being said, unit has been fixed. We can now actually just reference the data set. And the data set is a data tree now. So I can just do dataset unit.dataset and then I can just do safeget. What am I even looking at here? Could like just let region bleh bleh. Now, fun fact, this is when we're gonna start getting to like data collapse and stuff, which is gonna be very fun. But I'm not gonna deal with that yet. We're gonna obviously get to that when we get to that. So it's gonna be unit.dataset dot so we just do unit data dot we just do dget. Honestly, we can do dget with a default of 0. It's fine. Factory equivalent. It was light regen. And then here it is now max light. I believe it was anyways, right? Yep. At preset smash, right? And then we are going to just do unit data dot dset. Look at that. It's so much neater now. Like, it just looks much more polished. Would you not agree? Speed base amount. So now I can do var unit data is instead unit list.data set. Right. I think I made this before I did a lot of my modifications where unit list was a dictionary of string units, so I had to like infer data type and stuff, which is pretty bad. Yeah, so now for I in int, now I can just do, I don't even have to do an int throw anymore, right? Because now it's just going to be unit data dot dget the speed dice amount, default value of 0, and then it's just going to be rolling the speed dice size. So yeah, I mean, like, dget is probably better for most things. Like, there is something to be said about the safe run. Safe is good, but safe isn't actually, I don't actually like safe too much. Safe is kind of bad because you have to give it the type, and the problem with giving it the type is like, why would I do this when I can just do dget and I can just do like a empty string here? I guess it's like better. Like, I actually don't think I'm going to use dget. I'm not going to use safeget too much. I can just do the default value myself. It's like, why would I do it? Why? I mean, actually, yeah, no, safe is good because it's like, if there's ever a type mismatch, even if it's like an int, it's still going to fix it, right? So this is better. This is better way of doing it, right? Because it is making sure that the type is the exact same, not just that, like, you know, it's going to give you it can still cause issues if you have a complex data or something. Now, there are times where you want to make sure you get that complex data and you can deal with the complex data when needed. So like here with this search, it probably shouldn't be dget and then empty. Well, actually here it's like fine because it's going to do JSON stringify because exactly the uses where dget is fine. But here it's like I should probably be doing safe getting the speed amount for now, and then if there's nothing, then it's a type int. But I think for these it's fine because anyways I'm going to change these soon when it's going to start doing complex data, so I'm going to leave it for now. Data set that I don't like that. That's actually kind of annoying, but it's fine. unit data is equal to the data set. So yeah, now this is actually a data set now, so I have to wait. And now the only issue is this behemoth of slop. Ugh. Data tree.edit data. Okay, yeah, this is when things are gonna get annoying. Edit unit command is kind of a thing where it edits the unit command and it just kind of like hopes to fix things. JSON.stringify. So it's data tree.edit data unit.data set. So it's going to be the unit.data set. But unit.data set is now a data tree, so we're fine. Args1 now gives you a unit, right? So now I can do this unit data is equal to functions.unit list args1, and I can just do dot data set. And I can just do unit data here. Instead of all of this, I can just do unit data dot dset args2 by the val, and it works, and it's just fine. And then here, data tree dot fetch data from data, which is this random obscure. This is just unit data. I'm going to call it unit data so that we know for a fact that it's a thing. It's unit data again. So it's unit data. That's safe. I can just do. I'm just going to do dget, honestly, for this one. Type. And type is going to have a base default 0 empty here. Next one is class. And attributes current health. This is just going to take a long time to do, right? I don't want to like do like a Control F or Control R replace, because in case I have an issue, I'm going to have to like re-diagnose it, and it's going to cascading issues. I don't want to like do a lazy fix that's going to cause me a not so lazy cleanup. It can happen, and I don't want to deal with it. Theoretically not that bad, but potentially very dangerous and very disastrous, so you gotta just think, is it worth the time spent? And usually it is not. It's very much not. So now that I've done this, I can of course now just make all of the default values, which are just these empty strings, like so. So now I just go through and just empty string add it to all of these. I mean, you don't need it because it's going to give you null, but it's nice to have. But like, look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh. Awesome. We're fixing things, and when we're done with this today, we can actually... So by the way, all of this is preparing me for statuses, and we're not statuses yet, but we're going to do on-hit effects, and we're going to do clash win effects, clash lose effects, but there's going to be a lot more groundwork to lay out. We're going to be, basically, we did a lot of early development, where we just kind of rushed in and we did whatever we wanted. The problem is that that's not so easy. That caused a lot of issues, because we have a lot of code that works, that we want to keep, that we don't want to lose, but we're going to have to part ways with. We're going to have to recode it. It's a lot of redone work. In addition, a lot of our console code is this kind of has a lot of data that we want in functions.gds. We're going to move things there. We also have our default code, right? Like our global scope code we need to make into JSON format. Well, not JSON format, but also interpretable by the functions, so we can do JSON references to them and stuff like that. It's going to be a whole difficulty, but that's going to be fun of it. So anyways, moving on. So data. Data is whatever is from actions. Fetch safely. Fun fact. So what is fetch safely? So this data here. So this data here, we are getting this thing here, right? So this dget, and it's going to be an empty thing otherwise. Now, what is going to happen with data here? data should be a thing that we can now turn into a data tree. So now we can work with this brand new data tree. If data dot, and then actually, yeah, if data dot data set is equal to null, then maybe we can turn empty, right? So now we can just do that. And now when it comes to this, so what is data 0 ever supposed to be? What even is data 0? Oh, data 0 was just because it wasn't a defined thing, yeah. So data 0 isn't a thing. It's display skill and text field, which is going to be off of a dictionary, which is now going to be off of a data tree. Or we can just do it as data.dataset, just to not make things blow up in our face. Sometimes you just don't want to deal with it. Yeah, I can just do data tree here. The display skill text field should be fine now, mostly. Is it gonna do a thing here? Ah! Display skill text field. Oh, I know what's happening here. It's a dice list index. D is not inferred to be a data tree. Okay, we're gonna have a lot of work here in terms of this thing. I'm gonna skip that because it's gonna be bad. I'm gonna get back to that later. So data tree. Okay, so unit data here. Unit data. Why is it not a new thing? So it needs to become a data tree. I'm gonna turn this into a data tree. You're gonna be data treed. Oh, data set is already a data tree. Yes. So it's just going to be unit data. It's just going to be the same thing we always do. It's going to be unit data. It's going to be unit data.d get attribute current light. And then we're just going to do current light and then everything here. Yes. Bam, 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 bam. Bam. Did we switch to music at some point? I don't know. Oh my goodness, there's so much in here. What the... Look how much... like, this is actually a good compression. Like, there's like other areas where it's not code compressed, but... Here? Yes, it is. Yeah, we're gonna make so many errors for a while. There's still 14 more errors to deal with. So why are these angry at me? It's unit data.dget. it's just unit data dot d get the path. Oh, it's unit underscore unit small data. Why is it like that? Unit data dot dset this to old light plus difference max light. Yeah, this can just do 1.9 now. Look at that. Ah, we're getting so close. It's just the display text field is like really annoying now. So data is gonna be a dictionary. And then we're gonna get the field. Bam 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 bam. Okay. So if it's not equal to 0, right? If it failed, then it's already empty string, so we're fine. But if data, so if dictionary dot is complex, if it's a complex value, so that's gonna be the -1 case for data, then that means that it's gonna do all this. And the NAND text and all that. Let's see, what else do we have here? Data 0. Data 0 is the actual data itself, so yeah. Int, if data is a float, else it's going to be data. If color is empty, then we return text. Otherwise, we have the style. And then here we have dice data here, which is just this data thing. So our data is everything, right? I should probably make a data that exists or something, I don't know. Yeah, I'll make that real quick. So then here I can just do, instead of that, I can just do data.exists. Exists. Here. My hands are like skipping keys. Data 0, so that's just data. I can just do data dot. So for this one, it's a fetch safe view, so it's gonna be safe get the pretext for the type, which is type array. And same thing here for post text. And then here for dice list, dice list we are given the action, display skill dice, which is the data. The action is a data set, is a data tree, I should say. Oh wait, data, it's a nondescript thing. What is this? What is display skill dice? What does this do? It's just displaying one dice. Oh! So if it's a singular dice, then we fetch. If it's a string, then we... What? Ooh, I don't know what's happening here. If it's a dictionary, the data is equal to the action name. What? I don't know what's going on here. Hello? Data becomes equal to this whole thing. Equal to the action. So if it's a dictionary... Oh, but I normalized it again. It's like, what? For some reason, it's not angry about game manager.fetch data, even though it's gone now. If action is a string, then we need to do function.filetree dot get this thing. But array -2. I don't like how this is coded. It's like coded in such a weird fashion. Why is it like this? Oh my goodness. Oh my, this is a pain. Okay, so this is the last stuff I have to change, right? So this is gonna get very, very bad very, very quick. Because I'm just gonna tell you right now, this is weird. I don't know what the dice for... If index is less than 0, what is index from? It's just the number of the dice, so... Oh, it's just returning the... Oh, it's a recursive function. Oh, okay. Okay. So data should just be an array, because there's no instance where I need the first value except for -1 here. This is the only time I need it. This is the only time I need it. Data should just be equal to null here. Data should just equal null. And if data is null here, then there is a problem. The action is a string, and the data is functions.filetree.get this action. That's our data. The action is a dictionary, then the data is equal to whatever our action is, which our action here in this case, when we do display skill list, this data is already of type data tree. So we're fine. Okay. So we are going to instead do data tree. So dice list is then going to equal data if the data is not a data tree, then we have failed. So then we do dice list is equal to data dot safe get the dice, and it is going to be, otherwise it will be a type array. Oh wait, dice list? I don't know what is going on here. It's so weird. So if it's like... Oh, but then it becomes dice data, right? I do not know what is going on here. I am not supposed to understand this. What was going on here? I don't understand what I'm even looking at. I'm trying to understand what I'm reading, but I don't comprendo. I'm gonna switch the music real quick. Hold on. Let's switch up the music and see if my brain enters a different thought dimension, because I cannot think at all. I do not know what is going on. What is this one? Yeah, this one's pretty chill. Dorothy's Vision from Arknights. Well, I gotta throw up the Arknights title theme. I'm gonna use normal 2 again, why not? I need some brain neuron activation. Okay. So I know the space scale dice is also supposed to work for stuff like specific dice references in the here. Like I can do like, instead of just doing, I can do like dice-1 to get like the first dice. I know that. That's usually what you're using it for. The data is equal to either this singular dice or the whole thing. The dice list is equal to getting the dice. If it doesn't exist, then it's just going to be an empty array. But then that becomes an issue. I don't know. Dice is equal to the dice list index. Oh, I think it automatically crops it into the index here. So if it's -1 here, which is here, then it's, yeah. Then for I in here, then we do this skill display dice with data, and I. Yeah. Okay, I understand now. Dice is that index. So dice list.index, we are going to make D is going to be equal to a new data tree. Because display skill text field is taking a dictionary. And then we can always do the same thing as we did up here. Where we can do d.safeget, and then it's just text. And then we can make sure everything else is here. Yeah, this is all like this. Okay, this should work. I think everything should be done. Are we good? Let's see. Okay, something broke. I don't know where that broke, but okay. File branch. File tree.data set. Oh, I didn't make it. I didn't read it. Initialize it immediately. See, obviously this is still angry at me because I'm trying to do something crazy here, which is printing the path and printing this. This should work in the future, but I'm not going to worry about that now. So we're going to clean that out. Disp unit, A1. Okay, something wrong there. Cast num to data to string. Can't give augment 1 from float to array. Right. Unit data.d get health. It's already a string. We know it's a string. Casting number data to string. Oh, but it shouldn't be. Current health should be because type should be 0 here. Probably should be doing 0. Not like the defaults matter too much, but I kind of auto-piloted it here, did I not? So, we're actually just taking a value, cast number data to int, and it's just checking if it should be a primitive value, which is just kind of. Cast number data to string. Is there a better way to do this? Is there a better way for me to do this? If I get this value, then like what happens? I'm just getting the value. I know that much. If the value is a string and it's not a valid float or a valid int, then we have an issue. If the value is not a float or an int, then we have an issue. So if the value is a string, then we are going to check. If it is not a float or an int, then we return nan. Else, we can return the int of this. We can just return. What was I doing before? It was string int. And then this is just a val. Bit of a weirder construction here, but you know it works. Oh, I should probably do if value is a float or if it's an int, then we can just return the int of the val. This is a bit of a weird coding system, but you know, it works. Cast num data to int. Okay, so now the value here. It's just checking. We just intify it. Cast number to int. And it's just the same thing here. If it's a string, and it can be converted, then we do it. Otherwise, yeah, we return 0. And then this one can just be, yeah, I think we'll just do this. It's fine if it's just reused twice. Okay, time to retest everything now. And the rest of the stream is just gonna be testing stuff. Disp unit A1. Disp skill. Let's do that. Okay. New. Know the dictionary. Okay, so if it's empty, then we just do it empty here. I don't know if that was already failing before. Disp skill A1. Disp skill. Oh yeah, I was just doing that. Disp skill that. Disp skill. So yeah, this should be fine. Disp skill. Disp skill. Hooligan knife 1. Disp skill. Delay. Tracer 1. Okay. Search. Search units. Search actions / relay compressor 1. Okay, it does exist. Interesting. Interesting. We can do disp speed, which shouldn't exist because then we have to do scene and disp speed and then light. Oh, that's doing a D 0.0. Okay. A1 -3 disp speed. Then we can do rem dice, execute skill, A1 E1, execute skill A1 E1, hooligan knife 1, empty, float, simple collapse. Okay. Oh, because fetch data isn't a thing anymore. It's just a thing. Data is just the fetch data now. Yeah, I think simple collapse is just getting a simple path. Yeah, so it's just fine. It's just gonna be data now. You don't need to do that. So why is it that we can't do disp skill A1? Hooligan. Oh wait, disp skill. Hooligan knife 1. Okay, so disp skill is broken. We should check disp skill. Disp skill. Display skill command. Why does it not exist? Data.exists should be saying, hey, does this data exist? It's a new data tree. Oh, if data tree doesn't exist, right? Then it should be fine. So then if we do disp skill, that, it's gonna kill me. Can I convert? Oh, going from the dictionary. Okay, so we do need to still do that. Oh, but it's still gonna be... You should just do data that is empty. If data set is not null in this order, you've always to true, it should short circuit that. Let's see. This skill. Okay, it does try to paste nothing. This problem's here, this problem's here. So it's a bit too lenient. If data set is empty, right? Which is basically just, if data set is null, or data set is empty. That should fix it. So now I can do disp skill, nothing. Disp skill, hooligan, knife, 1, and it does print. And you can do execute skill A1, E1, execute skill A1, E1, hooligan, knife, 1, and then empty. And it goes, and I post. Doesn't deal damage. Wait, it does, it does, okay. Scene, disp speed, roll 5.5. I don't think roll average exists, obviously. D 0.0 is an issue. Let's see. Get speed dice. Print speed dice. It's trying to get name tag. No. I think it is get name tag. Is it? What's going on here? I don't know. The light prints after, doesn't it? Yeah, after the light. It's doing add style dice. What is dice? What is it dice equal to? Where does dice get set? Speed is equal to dictionary dice. Okay. A dice is a tag, I think, a string. Where does this get composed? It gets composed from the value D in sort speed dice from the function sort speed dice functions.dice list. It's functions.dice list, sort speed dice, each one. How do we do this? Sort speed dice. So when we create the speed dice, and the integer value of this. That should fix it to where I can do scene and disp speed, and now it's fixed. I can do execute skill A1, E1, need again knife, 1, need again, carry, 1. Yeah, it's still kind of broken. Stagger is not doing damage. Stagger. Why is stagger not doing? Stagger. Bam, 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 Old health. It's old health. What? It's be old stagger. Okay. Okie dokie. That should be fixed. I don't know what else I have to check. There's a lot of things I can check. Let's go through every single command here. So I can do search for functions. This is one, which is the old roll average. I can do search. I can do unit search. A1. Fetch data and base resources. What? Unit.fetch data. That's a problem. What is split? Oh, split is like the file type. Yeah, so fetch unit. The unit is equal to the unit list. Is equal to unit list. I get this thing. And then we can do unit dot data set dot fetch data. Why is it still fetch data? It should just be like a return like anything really. So it's just, if a unit is not a unit, then we just return an empty thing. Otherwise we can just do like the get subpath. Otherwise just do it man. There we go. And then like when we do fetch unit here. Wait, is fetch unit never used? Oh, but fetch unit is used in its fetch unit is trying to get a thing for JSON thing. Is this the only instance where we use fetch unit? Control shift F fetch unit. Find. Yeah, it's just here. So all fetch unit is doing is just taking it's just pushing whatever the value of that is, which is yeah, it's a unit command. It's whatever that is. Unit search A1. Okay. Oh, key 0. Oh, yeah. Don't need that anymore. That's fine. We can do a no return. Unit search A1 current. I can do name. I can do like current. I can do attributes. Slash current health. Whoa. Okay. Continue with functions. Let's make sure everything works. Now I can do edit unit A1 attributes. That's current health. And set it to 30i. Oh, well, it's edit unit, right? And I can do I can then set it to 30f. I can set it to Bavay. And I can set it to 3 instead. Do whatever I want. It seems to work pretty fine. You can do scene, obviously. You can do XFN, which we don't need the other thing for. You can do roll. Obviously works. Light. Light day 1. Light day 1. I don't know. Can I do. What happens if I. If I do light E10. E10 10. It does not exist. Ah, awesome. And I said that should seem to work pretty well. Dispute it. Just go. It does. Okay. I can do a DM image 1 and 10. Oh, look at that. String and int operations. Ooh. Okay. Oh, because it's because it's this should be safe get. Current health for type int or just any number. Really, it could be a float. That's kind of the problem, is that safe get doesn't really work if I don't specify type num. Yeah, type num doesn't exist. If I give it a value of -1, then it should be anything. That's kind of the problem with safe get. I don't really have a way to... But safe get doesn't even confirm if the result of dget is the correct type. It's just... Yeah, that's safe get does nothing. Hold on, safe get is supposed to be doing... var result is equal to dget this. And then, if result the type of I can't see. Dude, I hate it when it just doesn't tell me what the thing is. I want to just see what the variable is. I need to just know what it is. What is it? It's type of. Or is it just type of? It is. I'm stupid. If type of result is not equal to type, then we return the default instead. The don't. I cannot spell. I've not been spelling at all today. If the type is a thing, then, you know, yeah, okay, so if the type is equal to -1, then the default is also equal to 0. I'm just gonna have 2 flex cases. I'm primitive in this. I'm gonna deal with them later, but you know, basically, essentially, it's like if type of result, if type is equal to -1, and what's this? It's a green percentage shine. Interesting. And type of result equals type float or the type is less than 0. The type of result is a float. Or an int. Then okay, and if type of is equal to -2, this is the best we're gonna get. It's the best we're gonna get. Doesn't even have an enum value for this though. It should make type is equal to techno. I don't want to deal with that. Okay, cool. We're done. I mean, everything's working. One more thing. XFN. Let's see the XFN finally. XFN. SotCIE. Was it SotCIE time? Seems to work. SotCIE time seems to work. EXFN seems to work. Okay. Awesome. Just before the 4-hour mark, I think we are done. Thank you for watching. Before we end, I want to say a couple things. So first of all, awesome. I might do one more stream tomorrow. Undecided. But what was occurred today? We now have a proper data tree thing. This is gone now. Why is it still here? Data tree.c is not a thing anymore. Get out of here. So we now have a data tree object. Longer than 85 lines of code. Very big, very complex, including complex data types we're going to deal with in the future. For now, seems to be working very well. And we refactored everything, and everything seems to be mostly working well, but it could still be unstable. I'm going to make a new thing, which is old data tree, just so it's a new branch, it's like old data tree, which is going to make deprecated code. Just like, hey, if you want to use the old data tree system before I made everything in reference in the past. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff like that. And ultimately, things are looking pretty good. So, yeah, I don't know. Today was just data tree stuff. It was just a big refactor that I needed to get done. A lot of time, but we also just not just refactor, it was also just like actually making new code. We've actually implemented a couple of new features. And that's a pretty cool, awesome thing. Isn't it that? So ultimately, right, you can see here, now we have complex types that we now work with, complex typing, complex data manipulation, so we're going to work on that a lot more in the future. That's going to be when we get to statuses. So, that's going to be a lot of fun stuff. Next stream, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's Friday, whether it's next week, I'm not too sure. I know there's going to be a lot of stuff going on this next week, so I'm going to be gone for a bit probably. For sure, between Wednesday and Thursday, probably Friday as well. I don't know if I'll do a stream on Saturday, but I can probably start doing Saturday streams now. Before I really couldn't. I just had airsoft stuff going on. I'm going to post on that soon, too. My 3D printing went very well. I'm going to probably post on that soon, maybe? Not too much to post on it, though. I did not get like a video camera or anything to record myself using them, unfortunately. But I might make some posts about it. Anyways, thank you for watching. And yeah, next stream is going to be hit conditions, stream clash rating conditions, and everything else, and probably also some other status beginning, but not statuses for sure. That's why day 13. I think by the time we get to day 14, I suspect that everything should be working pretty solidly, unless we have some bigger hiccups. But obviously, it's going to be all manual CO command line inputs. I'm expecting between day 14 to day 16, maybe 17, I will have my first EXE done. But that's all, and thanks for watching. Goodbye!